Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Aurora 4X. I'm gonna pick up the stream where I left it off. I started streaming this morning, but I had to stop, unfortunately, for a few hours, and so we're just gonna pick up where we left off. So, in case you missed the first part of the stream, we are starting a new campaign in the latest version of the game, 1.9.4, which I think is probably in a pretty stable state. And we're going to do a longer, I hope, a longer campaign in the sense that we're doing a conventional start. We're just tweaking a few of the starting parameters, and I'll fill you in on the backstory. But where we left off, I was going to rename the naval ranks, and I just finished doing that, and that's the only thing I really did off camera. And so, for those of you who are going to watch this after the fact, we have named our civilization the Directorate. And we're going to do this playthrough kind of the way that I like to do these playthroughs, which is kind of trying to tell a story with a bit more RP. And so in this version of history, throughout the 2020s, we're starting the game in 2050. So throughout the 2020s and 2030s, the world sort of slides deeper into I guess, sort of geopolitical different factions not quite cooperating with each other. Nobody's able or willing to tackle climate change. There are droughts, famines, disease, no global wars, but, things aren't going too well. But that's not quite what does us in. There is an asteroid that appears kind of out of nowhere on a collision course for Earth, but the superpowers of the time are unwilling to trust each other enough to do something about it, to commit resources to deal with it. They all think that the asteroid is perhaps some machination from one of the other superpowers, and it isn't until the last minute that they finally sort of attempt to deflect the blow by launching their respective nuclear arsenals. It is not enough to protect the Earth fully. It's perhaps enough to avoid an extinction event, but the population of Earth is severely reduced in the aftermath, down to about 500 million, although that, to be honest, is probably higher than what it was originally. Some of the population has recovered since then. And what has happened, this maybe happens in the 2040s, let's say, and it is only due to the discovery of trans-Newtonian physics that our intrepid race is able to survive, because, of course, the atmosphere has gone to hell. There's barely any sunlight for a few years, so food production collapses. But with this amazing new fuel, thorium, people are able to produce a ton of energy, kind of restart industry, food production, and whatnot. And what emerges politically from this is an organization called the Directorate, which is trying to do away with the old, factional governments, the politics. This is supposed to be a meritocracy where people who can bring practical and pragmatic solutions rise to the top. And they have kind of taken over basically the government of the planet. Now there's a bunch of this new weird element, these new weird minerals, I should say, trans-Newtonian minerals that have been deposited on the surface of the Earth from this asteroid impact that was blown to bits in the atmosphere. And and this is now our lifeblood. This is what is fueling this, our recovery. But one of the first priorities of the Directorate is to secure additional sources of these minerals. And so that is what initially fuels humanity's return to space. In addition, I would say, one of the useful things when you're doing an RP like this is to identify some key motivating emotions or factors. And I think one of the things that drives the Directorate is fear. Fear, there's kind of maybe an undercurrent of conspiratorial thinking that maybe it was aliens that shot this asteroid at us. There's no proof of that, but that's what a lot of people in humanity, in this version of humanity, believe. So there's a fear that at every corner there might be some evil aliens lurking in the darkness. And so our exploration of space is going to be very cautious and sort of built around that idea. On the other hand, there's fear of extinction, and so there's going to be a strong impetus to go and colonize many other bodies in the solar system and perhaps beyond to make sure that humanity is not threatened by another, similar attack. So that is also going to be an important driver, for our decisions. So, okay, so with that being said, here are the naval commander ranks I've settled on. I feel that this society is a little bureaucratic, a little technocratic. So I like the idea of having a rank, the senior version of the rank or the sub version of the rank. So obviously on top we have the director, a sub-director, maybe there are division leaders, a subdivision leader, and then we have senior operatives, senior specialists, and specialists. I'm not going to bother renaming the ground forces. It seems to me perhaps that the ground forces are perhaps remnants of the old ground armies of the nations of Earth. And perhaps initially, as a way to keep them in line, the Directorate has allowed them to continue to function as security forces in some fashion. And so perhaps they've maintained their original naming schemes. Anyways, that's how I like to pretend that has come to be. So let's take a look at a few things. So in terms of research, all we've done is we've bought trans-Newtonian tech. Now our first priority is going to be, getting some geosurveys done, but also getting some, colonies set up, for example, on the moon and on Mars. So what would our priorities be? Well, I think, we're definitely going to need geological survey sensors. That's definitely a thing. I'm just going to queue this up with one lab now, just so let's just think about what our priorities would be. Clearly, this would be a priority for the Directorate. In terms of, we'd be thinking about some kind of engines, right? Some kind of post-conventional engines. So that would definitely be a thing. And again, we're just kind of queuing this up temporarily, and then we'll think about priorities. And I think we're also thinking about how we need cryogenic transports, right, to move people around. But we don't have a logistics scientist, so that might be something we will address in a moment. But yeah, I think we need cryogenic transports. That would also be a priority. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's take a look at our scientists here and see if we have any duplicates. Yeah. Missiles and kinetics. All right, we're going to reassign one of these scientists here to logistics. And we're going to think about cryogenic transports. So I think these are sort of our priorities here. Now, we could get started with conventional engines in terms of building, in terms of colony ships and cargo ships. They're sufficient to get us to the moon. But it might be more interesting to wait, because we're going to need to produce infrastructure anyways at first to colonize these places. So let's actually prioritize. The first thing we'll prioritize is developing a slightly better engine. So we'll prioritize that research for now. But I like, even though this is perhaps not optimal in terms of the game, I like the idea that, given that these are our three priorities, that we do have some people actively working on this in the background. Now, in terms of our industry, we have a spaceport because we're thinking about returning to space. We definitely want to be building infrastructure because this goes in line with our plan to to start colonizing the moon and Mars and things like that. But at the same time, we're starting to regrow and develop our economy. So let's make sure that we're still actively, building mines and construction factories and financial centers. This is sort of a ratio that I like to use, and research facilities. Now, what kind of shipyards has the game started us off with? It gave us a 1,000-ton naval shipyard and a 10,000-ton commercial shipyard. So I think we are looking at maybe a 40,000-ton freighter. So let's start this expansion here. And I don't know how big our survey vessel is going to be. But let's start expanding this shipyard's capacity right now, and we'll see where we're at. Okay, and we're actually pretty much ready to get going here for our conventional start. We've assigned all the things we needed to. Let's open up the events window, which I'm gonna bring over to another screen, and let's just do a turn here, make sure nothing explodes in our face. Okay, looks like we're good to go. Here we go. As the world turns and the planets orbit, we have completed our first scientific breakthrough, which is the pressurized water reactor. And we are going to follow up with nuclear thermal engine technology. And that research is now complete, which means that we could design our first engine, which is going to be terrible, but it is what we've got. So this is going to be we're going to design two engines here. One is going to be a large commercial engine for our freighters and whatnot, and the other one is going to be sort of a smaller, but still under-tuned because it has to be fuel efficient, military engine, because a military engine that we're going to use for perhaps our survey vessel. Now, in terms of research, we need to queue those up. Not energy weapons, power and propulsion. However, this doesn't need to have 6 labs anymore. We need to prioritize maybe figuring out these geological survey sensors. Now, let's go ahead and start designing some of these ships that we're going to want. The Discovery seems like an appropriate name for our survey vessels, so this will be a geological survey vessel. We're going to want a freighter, like a cargo ship maybe. We're going to need a colony ship. Yeah. Okay, but that's it for now, because we need to research the engines and we need, the sensors themselves. So let's keep going. We need a bit more research. Okay, we finished one of the engines, the research for one of them, that is. Let's move time forward a little bit. Okay, so we finished our engine research. We're going to go ahead and see if we can get this geological survey ship designed here. We're just waiting on geosurveys here. And that's it. We're done. We're almost done. Okay, so in theory, we should be able to put together a ship here, although it'll be pretty bad. But it would look something like, you know, at minimum, we need a sensor. We need this engine. And I mean, that's kind of it. That's all we need. Now, this engine, how big is this engine? Because I feel like perhaps this engine is too big. Oh, I should make this wide. There we go. Oh, actually, it's not so bad. I'm thinking maybe we put a second geosurvey. Well, let's see in terms of maintenance life what we're going to do. So if we want this ship to be operating for a while, like on the order of 5 years, we're going to need more engineering spaces. And maybe even maintenance storage. And the fuel is where we really need to invest here. I mean, is this a thing? Like a 10-year mission? We've got a lot of MSP, good engineering, pretty slow, a lot of fuel. I mean, we could do something like this. It's not a fast ship. It's certainly not. Let's see, what is our shipyard capacity at currently? Well, what do you know? It's almost ready. Okay, I've got about I could go to 3,000, so would we build something? I mean, would we put a second engine here? I don't think we would. No, I don't think we would. I'm fine with this. Let's make it our first design. And we'll start construction on that. And now in terms of research, let's finish up the cryogenic transports. Now, actually, the other design that we can kind of figure out now is going to be the cargo ship. So the cargo ship here is going to have, let's say, 5 of these engines, probably at least. It's going to have some cargo shuttle bays, and then it'll have a standard cargo hold. And it probably needs a bit more fuel. Yeah, so it could kind of get around in the solar system. Now, again, this is a terrible... This is a terrible ship. Don't get me wrong. Um, but we have literally no technology. So so that's what we're doing. This is what we're working with here. Okay, now the colony ship is actually going to be pretty much the same. We're just going to put cryopods on it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, and I had 10 of these in total. We're just going to add cryopods to it. This will also be a conscript. Okay, let's move forward a little bit. All right. So we brought it up to that amount. Let's actually add a slipway here because we're going to want to probably build and maintain a couple of these. The production infrastructure is complete on Earth. We were building this infrastructure to colonize the Moon and Mars, but honestly, I think we're going to build a bunch more to help bootstrap this colonization project of ours. Okay, we finished researching cryogenic transport. So all we're waiting now, and the timing actually was pretty good. We're almost there with our shipyard capacity upgrades. So now we can think about what will be the next steps in terms of our research priority. We have the very basics that we need to colonize some planets. So a few things that come to mind. We're probably already going to be thinking. We're already going to be thinking about a few things. One thing we're going to want to think about is providing. So I see there are things that I know in terms of like game mechanics that we need to anticipate. So the issue is, to what extent do I want to pretend that my civilization knows about those? So for example, I know I'm going to have some boots on the ground on these colonies to, provide security. Is that something that the directorate would be anticipating? I don't know that it's such a militaristic organization. But I kind of don't want to shoot myself in the foot too much. So let's go ahead and say that that is something we are going to think about. We're going to make you into ground combat specialist. Well, this is not like a corporation, really. This is sort of like, yeah, but this isn't a mega corporation, right? This is like a meritocratic, bureaucratic, sort of new neo type of government. Not quite a government, but like a just an organization that's trying to run things for the benefit of everybody. So I think the extent to which it would want to do this would be related to its ability to predict that in the future this is going to be an issue, right? That people are going to want protection, and that there might be unrest that we would have to deal with. And I'm willing to buy some of that. I think perhaps the way that we would justify this is by also considering the need for geosurvey, for ground-based geosurvey, and the need to deploy those detachments abroad. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to kind of double down. We're going to say, yes, we're going to have the ability to transport troops, but that's because the troops that we want to transport might be these geosurvey teams. So that's what we're not going to research one without the other. Well, that's a good point. I mean, in the Expanse, at the time that the show happens, Mars is already sort of its own independent colony. And I'm actually not 100% sure on the exact lore of how that came to be. Mars has its own government and everything. So I'm not, we're not going to break off and have like a separate race for Mars. Um, the issue here is simply that I know that in terms of gameplay, that you kind of need to get this tech going because we're going to need to build a shipyard. We're going to need, we need to get the infrastructure in place to move these troops around early. I know that that's something I need to be doing right now. Did we design the colony ship? We need to add the cryogenic modules here. Good. Now we can retool this shipyard for the outreach. But this shipyard can handle both, and in fact what you're going to do is you're going to... Actually, you should always be building into the shipyard fleet. Gonna do a freighter. And now we can add a slipway. Now what we're actually going to do here is we're going to bring this down and we're going to queue up a second commercial shipyard complex. Like so. Okay, the first discovery has been set up. Okay. Actually, hang on. Wait a minute. Priorities. We didn't even give ourselves any maintenance facilities, so we don't even have any MSP. This is an oversight on my part. I think... All right. So I did that, but actually I take it back. We're actually going to give ourselves a bit of a... So the game started us with 5 maintenance facilities, so we are going to... Because I was thinking... All right. We need to have some MSP for our first mission. So this is something that we would have had. I'm not opposed to not having enough maintenance facilities and that being something that we need to add in the future. But I think we would have had this set up already. I don't know that there's a way to SM this is just the population. I'm not sure if there's a way to Space Master. To Space Master MSP itself. I think we'll just roll with it. Honestly, it's got a pretty good engineering rating. I don't think things are going to go too wrong with it earlier. I mean, what it means is things are going to break. If the engine breaks, then that's really, we might have to SM the ship back home. So what I'm trying to retcon here is that we would have anticipated the need for these supply things, the supply that we need to put on the ship. And actually the default start gives you some maintenance facilities. Sorry guys, I've got the yawns here. So I've gone back in and I've put in the 5 facilities. So now they'll create. The issue is not the maintenance facilities, it's just getting the MSP. We'll let this run. I think we'll be okay. We'll manage. Let's actually queue up a second ship. All right, so we've already surveyed a few bodies here. Let's take a look at anything we've found so far. We've also built a first a lab here. Let's just take a quick look at what we've discovered. So Mars, actually it'll be faster, it'll be easier to see here. Okay, good. I'm actually happy about this. So yeah, this retroactively justifies what we wanted to do, which is to research some ground survey troops, because we found phenomenal quantities of duranium and corbamite, but there's potential for more if only we had ground geosurvey troops. So this kind of justifies our research into some ground combat. Now, what do we have on Mercury? Duranium and tritanium. And Venus has boronide. Okay. And we've actually completed the production of... We now actually have enough maintenance facilities to maintain our single ship in orbit. And we've actually got 230 MSP. So what I'm going to do, actually, we're going to have it go to Earth and refuel and resupply, just so it has some MSP, so that if something breaks, things don't, explode in orbit. And what we're going to do also is, yeah, we'll build this one extra commercial factory, commercial shipyard complex, but we're going to go ahead and queue up another 15. Aha, we have built the first freighter, which we can detach. We're going to give it orders to go from Earth, load infrastructure. Oh, we've actually got a let's create the colonies on the moon and on Mars. So we're gonna load infrastructure. Just gotta reload this. Unload. Oh, we should unload all installations. Go back to Earth, load more infrastructure. Go to Mars, unload all installations, head back to Earth, refuel, and let's cycle these orders here. And let's make sure that we are building a colony ship. Good. So the game stopped because we have completed research into our troop transports, which allows us to design our first troop transport ship, which we're actually going to do right now. The Nelson class troop transport. And it's going to have a small commercial engine, one of these large troop transport bays. We're going to need cargo shuttles to get the people on board. And I guess we can only afford 2 cargo shuttles. And I guess we can top this off with a bit of fuel storage. This is it, very basic ship design. Let's take a quick look at what we have done ground surveys of. Looks like mainly we've been doing asteroid and comets. Which is fine. We've built the second discovery. Oh, I had this queued up accidentally. But the second discovery does have all of its MSP. Now let's actually have the first discovery go back to Earth and top off on MSP. Okay. Yeah, so you should be just in the shipyard fleet. as so. Uh-oh. $26.08. Let me just write some of this down. $222. 224. 2339. 2608. Another 222. 224. 2339. Oh, we're getting a cycle here. Oh, at the end we got a 16 something, but I didn't catch what it was. My guess is this could be a bunch of NPR related errors, but let's see if we get it again. It might not be anything significant. Just making a note. I'm just going to save. We got an extra slipway. Gonna build another discovery ship. $16.54. Thank you. Eagle eyes. We might put in a bug report for this afterwards. Okay, our second shipyard here has been built. Let's queue up Nelson Troop Transport. Good. Now, in terms of industry, we can go back into the production of a few extra maintenance facilities, just so that when we're refitting our discoveries, that they're not kind of losing MSP. But after this, we're okay. We should be good to go. How much infrastructure did we build? Do we have left? We're good. So we could actually... Well, you know what? Let's think about that when... Let's cross that bridge when we get there. I'm anticipating the need for... like, what we're going to do is we've built a colony garrison. We're going to train a second one as well. We're going to be able to deploy one to Mars, one to the moon. Looks like we have surveyed Jupiter. And excuse me just a moment. I'm going to mute my mic here. Okay, so we have discovered that there's easily accessible gaseous thorium on Jupiter. And we've got a little bit of small deposits, but very accessible deposits on Sinope, a moon of Jupiter. Very interesting. Okay, but this, in terms story-wise, this is very cool because this is going to motivate our next research focus, which is going to be on thorium harvesters. And we're going to need to increase capacity here. And that's because we're going to anticipate the need for a much larger type of ship, a tug, that is going to move some massive space stations. So you guys know, because you're playing this game as well as I am. But role-playing wise, you know, we do have some forward-thinking people here. Excuse me, I'm struggling with a package here, which I'm trying to open. It's frustrating me. It's a snack that I would love to eat. And so all you guys are hearing are some crackling noises. And I cheated. And I used a metal implement, and I was able to open the package, and I have finally accessed the snack that I wanted. The victory is mine. Okay, so I'm okay with this current setup. I know the feeling, DP. DP says he needs to wake up in 4 hours, but just can't stop watching and playing. I know exactly that feeling. All right, so here is our next. So we need to make a decision here about industry. We're going to build some ground survey vessels. Some ground survey troops, sorry, not vessels. But that is a research. What is our current bottleneck? You know what? I'd like to maybe give a little boost to our research capacity here. Maybe that's what we'll do temporarily. Okay, we've built a third discovery ship, but let's take a moment to see if we haven't quite made it out to Saturn. It looks like all our discoveries are surveying comets, which is nice. I'm not opposed to that. Let's have this one focus on survey nearest planet or moon. How about... Okay, sorry about that. Looks like there was a bit of a hiccup in the stream, but we should be back online now. Yeah, I don't know why OBS just kind of disconnected, but it appears to have reconnected, so I think we're all set now. Okay, we're going to start thinking about these future plans here, but we do need a bit more technological investment before we can make both the tugs and the actual fuel harvesting station a reality that we're imagining here around Jupiter. But we're going to finish this commitment here that we have to geosurvey, and we're going to wrap that up, and then we'll kind of switch to that focus. So let's just get that research done. We have built that this little troop transport, which we're going to use to load a colony garrison. Wait a minute. It doesn't make sense to... I mean... No, it really doesn't. We built the ship ahead of the ground survey troops, so I guess it's just going to stay parked in orbit. This is, I guess, poor planning on our part. But, yeah, there's no actual need to send this ship right now. So it's just going to chill at home for a bit. We built a fourth discovery, and we're going to stick to just these 4 discovery ships here. For now. Slipway was added, and this, I believe, is our colony ship and freighter building shipyard. Two will be enough for now. And there is our first colony ship. Let's have you load colonists on Earth, unload on Luna, load on Earth, unload on Mars. Oh, let's have you refuel. Cycle. Now we have some infrastructure already in place, yeah. Not a lot, but it's a start. And we're going to queue up a second freighter. Good. Okay, we finished ground geosurvey equipment, which means we need to design this ground survey. happens to be on a medium vehicle, but I think basically we're just going to call it a geosurvey team. Now, is this, optimal gameplay? Absolutely not. But I think in terms of story, it kind of makes sense. There was a commitment that was made to, we're looking for these minerals, right? And all we found on the inner system is on Mercury and on Venus. While there are impressive deposits, the accessibility is pretty low. Now on Mars, we have very impressive deposits, but the accessibility is very low. But this is a place we'd like to be able to colonize. In fact, we've just set up our first colonies here. People are already moving to these other bodies in our solar system, and we like to give them something to do, right? People are hoping, they want Mars to be more than just a random colony for the sake of it being a colony. Let's look at the thorium situation here. Not much. Miranda. Okay, so far we're not seeing much. I mean, a lot of minerals on the comets, but not much in terms of, for example, the Jovians here have turned out to be pretty barren in terms of TN minerals. But yeah, we're doubling down on this commitment to doing this this geosurvey on Mars. So let's do that. We need to research that unit, which shouldn't take too long. Oh, we actually completed construction of a freighter here. Let me detach it and join the others. All right. Going to tweak these numbers a bit. Maybe more like 80. 2. There we go. Just something that makes sense here. Edit. We can add another 10. I think we can go to 91. There we go. Geosurvey detachment. I think now it makes sense that now that we have colonies set up there, it does make sense to dispatch these garrisons. Like so. Now, in terms of research, we want to we need a few things. Actually, our priority is probably not the tug yet, but let's focus on the fuel harvesting station here. So let's focus on this technology for a moment. Okay, the GeoSurvey team is ready to be deployed. Excellent news. We are going to want another commercial shipyard, and this is going to be to start building tankers. I'm just kind of queuing it up so I don't forget. Now, right now, I was building a whole bunch of freighters, but the truth is, our current needs are not enormous. So we're going to put a pause on that because they're just moving infrastructure, and we're going to probably want to upgrade these freighters anyways. Before we do much more, let's see how the discoveries are doing. In terms of like their maintenance situation. Doing good. Okay, so on Mars, we have completed the geological survey, and let's see what we have found. So previously, we had this duranium and corbamite, and what we have found are 3 additional minerals, tritanium at 0.7 accessibility and uridium at 1 accessibility. So while these aren't very high, and there's also boronite at 0.3, while these aren't very high value minerals for us right now, the accessibility is very high. So this is actually a very nice source of these minerals. So I'm happy we did that. Research labs. Okay, there's no more infrastructure. Just going to do that. And the colony fleet probably needs to stop now as well. Oh, wait, there's something I completely forgot, which is quite unfortunate. Let's see. Population supported by infrastructure. Oh no, the colony fleet should definitely continue. There's still definitely room to grow. Guys, this is what we forgot. We have terraforming installations that we used on Earth as part of our backstory. And so we should be using them. Here we go. We're almost done with the tech we need for our fuel harvesting station. There's the sodium harvester tech. Let's start putting this together. We actually don't need, I mean, it'd be nice to have a better tech, a better, higher tech refueling system, but we technically don't need one. think that's it, guys. Now we can start worrying about the tug. It's going to take about 2 years to build one. Oh, we didn't have enough. The scientists can't run all those labs. I think this is a great opportunity to also think about developing slightly better engine techs, because we're about to build a bajillion engines to put on a tug. So let's get to work on that. Okay, we've almost finished the entire geosurvey of the Sol system. It's honestly pretty disappointing. This might push us to expand beyond Sol a bit sooner than I had hoped. Sorry for the mic bump. Okay, we've got ship-to-ship tractor beams. So now we can focus entirely on the engine tech. Meanwhile, I'm having our very long-range discovery ships finish the survey of the solar system. All right, we did a bit of fuel efficiency. Let's go into actual fuel or reactor technology, then engine technology. So my planning here hasn't been perfect. I've been a little lazy. I'm a little tired, guys. Actually, what I am is a little greedy. I could have built a cheap tug, but instead I'm kind of holding out to get a much higher quality type of tug. But I think in the long run it's going to be worth it. It's not really doing justice to the whole idea of the thematic Let's Play here. But I know that I need sort of a bigger tug in the long run. Yeah. So what's happening here is the fuel harvester base is going to be ready way before the tug is. The other decision I have to make is what I'm going to do with the discoveries. And hey, French Ferret, I think at this point, I think the discovery should be scrapped. Well, it's not a dominion yet, it's just a directorate. And we're taking things slowly. Alright, we have NTE engines. I'm honestly really tempted to go up one other tech level before we make these tugs. Yeah, I really am. Okay, this 50,000 ton shipyard is going to be for tugs. This one is going to be for tankers. And I already have a notion as to what this next commercial shipyard is going to be for. And you will too once you see this screen. Look at the total lack of, I mean, we've got comets, but everything else here is pretty barren. So, you know, continuing with our notion that we want to exploit the solar system as much as we can before moving on, I think we need to think about asteroid mining. So, for example, if we look at sources of duranium, we've got, you know, bad accessibility on Mars. We've got some on Mercury, but, you know, we've got high accessibility here on these asteroids, which is the kind of thing we're going to want to mine from. So that's what we're going to move towards doing next. Here's the NPE engines. Discovery 3, back to Earth, scrap. Okay, we got nuclear pulse engines. Now, I think what we'll do is we'll get a max size booster here before we start actually building engines. We have our first civilian mining colony, which established itself on Mercury. That's nice because this is going to be a good source of duranium. If we start to run out and we need to buy it in an emergency, then we can switch to purchasing the minerals here. But in the short run, I wasn't planning on, you know, sending a ton of auto mines there. So it's good that that's going to be developed on our behalf. Let's have the moon just no longer suck up colonists from the Earth. It can just grow on at its own pace. Now, yeah, good. I just had another fleeting thought. Yes, we can design. No, we're waiting for the engines. Sorry. Okay. Slowly, the terraforming installations here on Mars have added enough oxygen so that all we need to do now... Actually, nitrogen might not be enough. We might need a bit of astucium. Let's do that first. The other thing that I was thinking is that, I always like to make terraforming stations. But in this current context, we might have more of a focus on terraforming installations, like ground-based, that people work in. That just seems like, I don't know, a nice change. So currently, Luna and Mars have been building their own infrastructure and growing that way. Mars is slowly being terraformed. The Moon is just kind of growing its own infrastructure. Given the success of the lunar colony, it's not crazy that we would start colonies in the Jovian, on the Jovian moons. The issue is we don't really have the spare infrastructure. So what we could do is... All right, this is queued for asteroid miners. After that, we could build a quick round of seed infrastructure for the Jovian moons. And after that, I think we'd build more terraforming installations. Okay, the engine size tech was upgraded. Let's get... I'm going to stay at NPE tech for a while, I think, in terms of engines. So I'm actually going to bother getting this extra research done. Like I'm basically going to nestle up against just under like 5,000 RP. Let's see, engine size. Do we go for power mod 0.4? Doesn't really make sense for the tugs. All right, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it like this. Now let's design our new engines. Which means we can now design a few ships. So the first ship we're going to design is the Rodney class. I guess it'll be a fuel tanker. which is going to be a tanker. Conscript. This NT engine can be obsolete. So can this. So maybe one engine, maybe two. Let's look at, well, we're going to have a refueling system. And then fuel storage. It's nice sometimes to go a little faster. So let's do this. Now let's do another ship design, which is going to be our tug. So the Queensland class tug. Now this one needs to have a tractor beam. And then it's going to have a whole pile of commercial engines. Kind of like that. And we'll give it some fuel. Oh wow, look at that. Fits perfectly. Nice. Oh, this is also kind of a conscript like this. Okay. Now let's queue these ships up. You can be retooled. What's the name? The Rodney class tanker. And Nelson class tug. You know what I should be doing is I should be building the components with industry here. But I'm lazy and I'm not going to do that. But that's what we would have done. Okay, and the other thing we're going to do is we're going to redesign the Napoleon. So we had 5 size 25 engines before, which is 125 total size. We're going to go down to 120 total size of engines with 3 commercial engines here. The old ship went 393. This new version goes 608. And we're just going to note that it's an NPE. I'm going to do the same thing here. Okay. So now the question is, what is our next priority? So we are... Actually, the next thing that we have on the docket is really this asteroid mining. So let's queue that up. Hello, Matt Du Bois. Welcome, and thank you for subscribing. Oh, we don't have enough This guy can't run out of flaps. Okay, so what else are we going to work on? Um, so our current priorities. I mean, I'm tempted to do a round of just CP research here, which is something we could do. I don't think there's any reason for us to focus on military technology for now. We just did a big sort of engine upgrade. The next question to tackle really is, when does it occur to our nation that we might want to look beyond, the Sol system and therefore look at jump point theory, right? So I think maybe this is an idea that's kind of percolating in the back of like our engine researchers' minds. And we're just going to have this idea slowly develop. And when it does develop and when we do discover it, then we're going to have to act on it. So I kind of like that sort of ticking time bomb kind of feeling, like that realization that, oh shit, guys, we actually can travel to other systems, which also means aliens can travel to us quickly. So I kind of like that idea. Okay, we've actually built a second fuel harvesting station at Earth. But it's okay. We got a tug now on the way. We are going to refit our Napoleons, which are not at Earth for some reason. All right, that is underway. Why did we build a second Nelson? I feel like this is a... Oh. We forgot to retool this to the Queensland tug. That is a mistake. All right, now we have two bad troop transport ships. All right, these tugs are going to take... It's going to take a long time to refit this this shipyard. This was a mistake on my part. And actually, so it's a pretty big mistake in the sense that I kind of did poor planning here. I thought just because, I'm thinking space stations, they're big, they're going to take a long time to build. I prioritized the research and the stuff needed to build the station, and we did that first. But all those build points have been to waste because those stations are just in orbit around Earth doing nothing. I should have done all the tech and the shipyard retooling for the tug way before we built the actual station. So that's a good lesson for next time. Okay, we've built tankers, and we can... one thing I want to modify here is in the Rodney tanker. Let's make this like 1,500,000. All right, we're going to need a couple tankers, so let's actually just build a few. Okay, we finished the orbital mining module. Let's actually invest a bit here in our basic sort of science rate and things like that. All right, our commercial shipyard has been built on Earth. This commercial shipyard is going to be pretty massive. Something like this. It's going to be for an asteroid mining ship. Now I've queued up some infrastructure. This is going to be for the Jovians. And since we're anticipating the colonization of the Jovians, it does make sense that we would start creating a few more colony garrisons. So let's get to work on that. Okay, we did research rate. Let's do mining and construction here. And then, oh, shipyard operations for sure. Wealth, let's queue those up for now. All right, infrastructure has been built. All these guys have been refit, so what we can do now is let's set up these colonies. And then the cargo fleet can do load infrastructure, unload all installations, refuel load infrastructure, unload all installations, again for Ganymede. And for IO. And let's just do that. finally, our shipyard here has finished retooling, so we can actually build a tug. Oh, we should queue up another tanker. And let's get our freighter production up. Let's take a quick look here. Mars at 41 million. We don't have a lot of terraforming capacity, which is why we are building more terraforming installations now on Earth. I did a round of CP, and I'm actually going to do a second round. I think that would be appropriate here. Let's do mining. Production. Fuel production. Shipyard. Shipbuilding. Let's get all of these things, which is just like basic economy. Okay, no more infrastructure on Earth. Let's do this. Oh, let's not forget to add more of these to the queue. And let's actually just keep producing terraforming installations for a little while. Okay, we put Astusium here. How's the temperature? Minus 35. We're almost there. I think if we... Okay, we'll add a bit more Astusium. And then we can fill the rest with nitrogen, I think. Okay, so something interesting now has happened in terms of role playing. So we've just kind of been on autopilot mode. We have just discovered jump point theory. And so now there's kind of like mind blown, like shockwaves going through the directorate here. As we realize that, oh shit, it might actually be really easy to travel between stars. And a few things I think are going to happen. Actually, a lot of things are going to happen. First of all, people are going to want to figure out how this is possible. And some people are going to want to explore other star systems because honestly, there's not a lot of TN minerals in Sol. Yeah, that's right. We're kind of not alone. Well, remember, there's this ongoing conspiracy theory that this asteroid that destroyed, the pre-TN civilization, so to speak, might have been sent by aliens. This is unproven, but still believed by some. Excuse these chewing noises that I'm submitting you to. There's definitely a faction that believes that there are aliens out there and they want to kill us. So that faction is now going crazy because on the one hand, they're like, oh shit, we need to militarize. We need to go find these aliens and kill them, right? We need revenge. On the other hand, some people are like, no, we do not want to go and poke the hornet's nest. We need to be very careful about this. I think certainly all can agree that we need to at least scout out these jump points. So I think it's certainly called for to get some kind of grav survey ship here. So let's definitely think about that. That's going to be the first order of business, no matter what we do. Finally, the first tug has been created. We're actually going to build a second tug. No, we're going to just stick with the one for now. All right, the temperature on Mars is becoming much more reasonable. let's top off the Martian atmosphere with a bit of nitrogen. Okay, we finished grav survey sensors, but we need to redesign a new engine. To go with to make a smaller ship here. Oh no, our CP researcher died. That's what happened. We're going to need a new one. Oh, we're out of labs. Let's at least do that. All right, now we could definitely actually, I think what we'll do is we'll retool. Let's think about making the Discovery a gravitational survey vessel, or this Discovery here. We'll rename it the Discovery Grav. Instead of Geo, there'll be Grav Survey. But basically, this is basically the same ship, right? Yeah, it's basically the same ship. Okay, let's make this happen. We still have some free labs. I think it is appropriate that we do a bit of terraforming research here. Sorry guys, I know I'm a little quiet on the stream today. I guess I'm feeling a little tired. But I do want to keep playing, and I feel I should, show you guys this early progress. So we've been increasing our cargo fleet's capacity. And we're going to keep doing that continuously. These are at Jupiter, building up fuel. Let's actually, okay, one thing we should do here is let's reorganize our fleet command here. So let's create an admin. So we're going to do update. That's the button I need. There, that is done. Next we'll have actually these tankers should be in. Technically, they benefit from logistics. I'm going to put the tugs in industry and mining, just because they usually have to do that. And the troop transports, you know what? They're not that important. We'll just keep them here for now. All right, that is an improvement already. Let's grab whatever terraformers and send them to Mars. The harvesters are at capacity. Let's do a quick fleet. Go to Jupiter, refuel from stationary tankers. Earth, Transfer fuel to colony. And this is just going to be the Jupiter fuel run. So every once in a while we can just queue that up. Okay, our shipyard is ready to start building an asteroid miner, which we need to design. Mining platform, sure. Okay, so this would look like orbital mining module. Something like this. Now, this is actually, one of the things that I realize now is that we need to do, instead of doing more of this, we need to do a quick round of armor lightning research. And I don't mean lightning as in the stuff from the sky. I mean lightening, making lighter. Let's queue up another one. Let's also maybe we go to 150 just to be safe. And industry, we built a bunch of terraforming. What would we? I mean, more terraforming installations is definitely always a thing. Let's build another one of these for now. 60 terraforming installations. We've made the air breathable. We just need to maybe get rid of the CO2. And all we need now is to make it a bit warmer and to get more water vapor, more water in here. So let's do that. We need about some water vapor to add to the hydro. So I should have done that earlier, actually, to let the water, to give the water time to precipitate out. All right, this is going to be our asteroid mining shipyard, but we're just waiting on some lighter armor here, because it really makes a big difference on the massive ships. Oh, we have found our first jump point. That is pretty exciting and pretty significant. Oh wait, we found two at the same time, and both of them are in a very similar place. So they're between Uranus and Neptune. Very interesting. All right, I already have a lot of ideas here. So let's get high density germanium. We're actually gonna, let's add a slipway here. We built a third fuel harvester. Let's go ahead and actually, let's do a few things. First of all, let's make sure the cargo fleet is parked at Earth if it's going to be parked somewhere. Then let's have the tug. Do this. I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to queue up 40 more terraforming installations. So we have 100 total. Okay, and let's take a look at our CP tech. Actually, I wouldn't mind queuing this last CP project up, get our orbital mining, because that is sort of our current project that we're wrapping up. But here's what I'm thinking. Let's wait until we see where. Let's wait until the grav survey is complete in Seoul. And then I think we can have a bit of fun with our paranoid Terran Directorate. Yeah, I think we're basically almost done. So the grav NPE. One is saying it's basically done. So you need to head back home. All right, finished high-density duranium armor. Let's just see. I think we could do composite armor here for 5,000. Well, let's see. What would this design now look like, this Cornwallis mining platform, if we updated the armor? Yeah, see, that's much more reasonable. In fact, that's necessary to make it. We'll put a couple more engines here. So it could move at a reasonable speed between asteroids. But this is kind of nice. $150,000 tons does mining. The range is not great. We could always stick a tanker in the fleet if we needed to. So let's do this. Quickly retool to the Cornwallis and then start production. Okay, that project is done. So what's the next project? Oh, let's keep building tankers. What is the next project? So the next idea I think we have here. Let me turn off the civilian contacts here, just so we clear up the screen here. And let's actually, asteroids. Do we not show them? No, we can show them, but let's show, asteroids with minerals only, or perhaps asteroids with colonies only. Okay, so one thing that I'm noticing right now, so okay, we've got some, these mines here that have been set up on these comets. And actually, one thing I would like to do, this is a small aside, but what we're going to do is we are going to quickly get a mass driver here on Earth. And that is so that we can catch the minerals. We're going to start buying the output from these minerals. Oh, sorry, French Right, you asked how's the resource situation. Well, it's pretty bad. The solar system is pretty barren. We've got We've got duranium, tritanium on Mercury. There's a bit of bornite on Venus. We've got thorium on Jupiter, so that's good. Mars has tritanium and uridium. We've got a handful of things all over the place, but it's not super exciting. Here, why don't we take a look here? Okay, duranium, Mercury is really the only source, and we've got some comets, obviously, that have some, but that is pretty much it. Neutronium, not much, right? Comets. The rest is going to be asteroids. Let's look at a few priority ones. Corundium, not much. Even the asteroids, there's almost nothing on the asteroids. So that's bad, right? So this is why I think there's going to be a there's going to be a push to explore the next star system. But before we do that, I think we're going to want to set up some kind of like monitoring. Like, I like the idea of having a deep space station that's going to be parked right here with some assets, in place to detect maybe incoming aliens. Set up we're gonna have like a station set up here for sure. So we have a lot of research that we need to set up to make this a reality. So the first role for this station is going to be, let's think about it. What would the first role? So we're going to want to, we want to do a lot of things here. I'm kind of conflicted. We want to explore. Sorry, just a moment. Okay, sorry. Oh, we lost our biology researcher. That's what happened here. Let's finish this piece of tech here. Okay. We also kind of need to confirm. Oh, I think we need to send our tankers on a fuel run. Let's do that. I want to confirm that these are the only 2 jump points. And we still have a survey location to finish here. So let's finish that before we jump to conclusions. going to buy the output from these comets. Well, those that have like more than a few minerals, like let's say more than 2 total accessibility. I think we're going to start doing that. Okay, I think we have finished surveying. So we've done the geo survey. It's saying we haven't quite finished the grav survey. That seems wrong. Oh no, grav 1 has finished its orders. So the grav 1 has made it back to Earth. Hey folks, sorry about that. Had a call I had to take. All right, where were we? Yeah, Jacob Carlson. Sorry, I had to take a call real quick, so I muted the mic. Okay, let's do a few things. Okay, so importantly, the gravitational survey of Sol is complete, and there are 2 jump points. So that's what we were waiting for. We were waiting for that confirmation. And both of those jump points are right next to each other over here. So I want to play around with having a sort of forward station here. Now, later this could be like a military outpost, a refueling outpost, a maintenance outpost. I think we're going to have our whole fleet stationed here, probably. Because there's no point to station it at Earth if all the action's going to happen out here. So, what are the initial components of that station? Like, what are our priorities right now? I think our first priorities are monitoring, right? And so I think our first technological priorities have to be some kind of like sensors, right? And maybe, I don't know, mix of passive, active sensors. We're going to think about developing sensor tech first. And then in parallel, we might think about developing like a forward base so that the ships that we're going to be, patrolling here don't have to come all the way back to Earth for resupply, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. So those are going to be our next research priorities. Okay, so we finished basically the CP tech that we're gonna get for now. Yeah, let's start working on sensors. We need like a lot of sensor tech, so I'm gonna be pretty indiscriminate here. We're just gonna queue up a bunch of stuff. I'm gonna want to have. Well, let's just start with the basic sensors, like this. We'll do a round of that, and we'll reevaluate afterwards. Oh, we didn't have enough labs. We are going to go ahead and queue up a second tug, just because, we might be building a bunch of stationary assets that we need to move around. So I want to have a bit more flexibility with that. Ship construction. How's water vapor coming along. We added a slipway. Is that where I think it is? Oh, here. Okay. Okay, terraforming rate research is done. So in parallel to the sensor tech, we also need to start thinking about the logistics we need to set up this some of these stations. So in particular, we're going to want things like maintenance modules and refueling hubs and all sorts of things like that, and underway replenishments. So let's think. I think maintenance modules might be a thing. We'll start with that. Oh, we didn't have enough labs to run everything here. I think it's not crazy that in the background we're starting to consider the possibility of jump drives. I think certainly the initial impetus is to defend and protect, but we do need to see what's on the other side. Okay, we got our first round of sensors. We're gonna keep going here a little bit. Okay, we've built the first asteroid mining ship. Now, where would we deploy it? Well, let's look at the mineral situation on Earth. And one issue is that we have no vendorite, but we have pretty big stockpiles and we're not using a lot of it. Corundium is actually what concerns me the most. And I don't actually think we have much in terms of corundium, right? We got some comets. Well, this looks promising. Where is Ida? Excellent. Okay, we built our second tug. Not that we need it right now, but it's built. Oh, our harvesters need to be drained. I'm going to do another tanker sort of full run, but then after that I think I'm going to set just a tanker to go there back and forth and just continuously unload. Like so. Let's just check on the environment here. So, water is done. We just need to fix the temperature here. I might have gone a bit overboard on water. So let's add a tiny bit more astucium. We're at 1.5. Let's go to 1. I said 0.15. Let's go to 0.17. That should do it. And that probably did it. Oh, very close. Astucium, let's make it 0.1. Just go for 0.2. Okay, maintenance module is complete. We're going to want a refueling hub. Probably fuel storage ultra large. All right, Mars has finally been fully terraformed. Evernub says, wait, so C# is out? Yes, it is. It's been out for, I want to say, 2 weeks? A couple of weeks? More than 2 weeks. Steve, the developer, has been constantly patching out all the bugs, and it's in a pretty good spot right now. Okay, so a few things are going to happen here. First of all, all right, this is set to none, which is what we want. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to transfer the terraforming installations from Mars to Luna. We're going to terraform Luna next. Do a quick refuel. So we're going to do that. We're also, oh shit, I haven't done governors in like forever, which is a big problem. So let's do Civilian administrator for terraforming. Yeah, you can go to... Well, wait. You can also go to Luna here. So let's do that. I think we should do pop growth for the Jovians. Good. Okay, let's do a bit of cleaning up in here. The tug can go in industry and mining. So can this guy. Oh shit, you know what I forgot to do? I didn't assign... hang on. Let's just do this. We should make sure... Okay, this needs to be a senior specialist, so an operative would do the trick, so let's do this at least. And then we should have done this a long time ago, but let's do logistics. Oh, it's because I didn't have auto assignments, and I'm an idiot. Okay. So that all we haven't we organized the Navy, but we didn't have any bonuses for like this whole game, so that's stupid. But that's been rectified now. Yeah. So here's my events log, and all of a sudden everything got assigned. So whoops, my bad. All right, we technically are able to build a jump drive now. Okay, we moved all the terraformers that we had to Luna. Let's get started here. Oxygen, add 0.1. Actually, let's do water first. Next, cargo fleet. Okay, let's just do that. Now they're at Earth. We can get these joined in. We could also, incidentally, have these 2 extra colony ships that we built by accident. Go here. Now you can load terraforming installations. Go to Luna. Unload installations. Just do that quickly. Won't take long. Done. Okay. And now what this fleet can do is we're going to take all the infrastructure that we have on Mars and send it to the Jovians. So we're going to set this up like this. So we're going to do so Mars, load infrastructure, Callisto, unload, Mars, load infrastructure, Ganymede, unload. Now, since we're at Jupiter, we're just going to refuel right at the fuel harvesting stations. Then we're going to do Mars, Europa, Mars, Io, and then once again refuel from stationary tankers. And we're just going to cycle those moves. Get all that infrastructure where it can be used. And I think we're going to have the colony fleet take people from, I think we'll take them from Luna. And also bring people to the Jovians. And we'll do the same thing here. Okay. Inactive lab. Asteroid miners being produced at a good rate. Okay, we added a bunch of water. So here's the issue, right, with using terraforming installations, is that they require a lot of manpower. So I've got 93, and I barely have enough workers with 65 million population. So that's why orbital terraforming platforms are generally better. But our annual terraform capacity is like half an ATM. Like, that's actually very impressive. In terms of raw amount of what we're able to do. We actually need a bit more water here, so let's bring the water up to 0.2. That was incredibly fast. Now we'll let that kind of fall out. And we'll just add our oxygen. Oh my god, Luna's... I've never terraformed it this fast, this early in the game. This is quite impressive. And then we just need a bit of nitrogen, because it's pretty much at the right temperature. Okay, our sensor tech is coming along here. I think just to keep things even, we'll do one more level of those sensors, which are active sensors. Okay, we actually finished terraforming installations. Now we have an even 100 terraforming installations total, which is nice. And let's... Hang on, let me just attach these. Bring them into logistics. This could be terraforming cargo, and what we're going to do with these is just do... just load these last terraformers and send them to the moon. Just do that. Okay, industry on Earth. Oh, good thing we checked. We need to queue up. Keep queuing these up. Okay. All of this is good. You know what we should do? We should increase the training of our personnel here. And in fact, one thing we didn't do is we never assigned a commandant to our academy. And what I'd like to get is probably some better scientists right now. But it would have to be a scientist that I'm not using. And what's something I kind of need... but I wanted like a better CP, but I don't have a CP with high enough rating to get the increased number. You have to have at least 20% for the increased multiplier on the academy to work. That being said, let's do that. All right, that was impressive time here in terms of terraforming. All we need to do now is wait for the water to condense out of the atmosphere. We might need a little bit more. Let me just get it up to... But I think we have enough, but let me just top it off a little bit, and then... we'll start shipping off the terraforming installations to the Jovians. Alright, I think we're basically done here on the moon. Shouldn't take too long to precipitate out. So yeah, good. We're doing none, which is what we want. So now cargo TF Luna. Load terraforming installations. We're going to go to... let's take actually a quick look at the Jovians. And the sort of diameter and max pop and whatnot. So... because the smaller ones are going to be easier to terraform. Let's go to IO. Oh shit, this also means we need to do this. And then on Luna, maybe... that. And now on IO. Okay, we've already got some. So let's start with... actually, we'll start with the Astucium. We need at least one, probably more ATM, but let's start with that. Okay, we're already out of corundium, guys, which is very bad because we were pretty unlucky with our sort of start. If we look here, the only corundium that we're really mining now is from Ida, and we're getting a good amount of it. Let me make sure that we're buying the output from Huang Resources. We might not be. We are. Okay, so despite that, as you can see here, we're out of corundium, but we're also like out of corundium. So that's an issue. Now, besides Ida, we can get it from these comets. Oh, there's also Pacdel, which we can buy from. Let's make sure we're buying from them. Ah, we weren't buying from them. Let's make sure we do that. So one thing we can do is we can have... Let's see, are we on the way back from... No, we're on the way. So we'll have one freighter start to unload the stuff that we've mined on Ida, because we probably have some stockpile here. Yeah, we've got a small stockpile here of corundium. So we will do that at the earliest possible convenience. Now, I think we just need to pause this for a moment, because that's what's... Yeah, it's not just that, it's the mines too on Earth and the military academies. Okay, let's delay this and let's see if we can build something that does not require much corundium. How about another fuel station? Yeah, how about we switch to that? And do those military academies later. Still struggling with the production of mines at Earth, but we'll unlock that in just a moment. Actually, there's something I can do. I could increase mining. I could research some mining, but okay, let's actually do this. Your job, Ida, load all minerals, Earth. Unload all minerals, refuel. Okay, jump drive is like we've got the tech to make a jump drive should we choose to make one, because we're considering exploring the neighboring system. But maybe before we do that, remember, fear is driving us. So what we'd like to do is try to mask our presence. We want to not, in case there are aliens next door, we don't know. We want to mask our presence as much as possible. Okay, we've got some basic sensor tech. Let's start looking at what some of these stations might look like. So one thing I'm thinking is we're going to want like a basic hub, which is going to have like a recreation module, amongst other things. Maybe it has only that recreation ship, right? And it's got no armor, conscript, right? And all it is it's like the place for people to wind down their, their off-board timer here. So this could definitely be a thing, right? We would have the Argentina-class recreational ship. Now, what if we also had maintenance base. And these things could be modular, right? So they would have and I'm looking at, a rough size here. I mean, what if we had something like this that we could just, add on to? I feel like the refueling station would be separate. Oh, he put events is in now. I didn't realize that was fixed in 1.9. Or maybe it's not fixed, I don't know. Sorry about that phone. Not for me. One thing that appears to be missing is we have the ruler back. Okay, so the range here is like hundreds of millions. If we designed like passive thermal sensors, what size would we need? Oh, the biggest size we can... So the biggest passive thermal that we can build is size 50. I was thinking of having some big passives at a central station, but it's not really going to have the range that I want. Now, we could have a big old active sensor, and let's say we tuned it to like 10,000 tons, and a search sensor. Yeah, this is something... not quite. It'd be close. If we park the station right in the middle... This is actually interesting. It means with the current sensor tech, we don't really have the sensor range that we want. Hmm. I mean, this here is still tempting. All right, here's the issue. I wanted to have one big central station here that could cover both jump points, not only with sensor coverage, but with like, offensive capability. Maybe eventually we'd armor it with missiles and things like that. And the idea is, or whatever, right, is that we'd have like maintenance modules and the whole thing could be sort of self sustainable. But the sensors won't quite cover it. So, one option is you have sensors, here and here, like closer, active sensors closer that can paint, that can detect what's going on. But the central maintenance hub is still in the center. But I don't know what that would look like in terms of. Well, okay, let's prototype some things. Yeah, but the jump points are so close to each other, it feels like I should really try to get both of them. Yeah, I know I could do sensor buoys, but I want to have like a more. Like, I want to be able to, for example, what if I wanted to have missiles parked in a central location? Then I have to have an active target lock. Sensor buoys aren't going to be shot down. And okay, so I'm also thinking about the micromanagement of this. So if I put a station, so you could put like a station in orbit, right? Something with no engines, and it will kind of, because it's like a military thing, obviously. So it requires maintenance, but that maintenance, if you put it in orbit, will just rely on the maintenance capacity of your whatever your maintenance facilities on the ground. Here, the whole point is I don't want to have something I have to tug back for repairs all the time, right? That's kind of crazy. So maybe we do like a slow but movable platform that just has sensors and a ton of armor. Because the idea is I don't want this. I don't want this weak sensor platform to just get, because it's going to have a huge signature because it's going to have active sensors. I don't want it to just get blown out of the sky immediately, right, by whatever comes through. So what if we had something like this? But this is going to have to be produced at a naval shipyard. And it's going to have to be massive for what I want. All right, I want to test a few things. I'm going to create this kind of sensor prototype, and I just want to play with it once I research it. Let me just let's try a few things here. Okay. What if we make it a commercial space station? Then clearly we can't do this, right? Is this not a military system? I didn't realize this had changed. Active sensors are no longer military. Maybe they were never military. I honestly this didn't occur to me. Oh. What if I put armor? Still not military. Guys, this is fantastic. This is fantastic news, because it means this stuff can just be out there. Right, if size 1 and below, but this is not size 1. Or did I just research? Wait. Oh, it is size 1. Because I'm an idiot. Right. I didn't. Okay, thank you. I'm not. Yes, I'm a bit crazy here. So this is what I actually wanted to research. Like this. Actually, let's prototype this. This is what we actually need to be doing. Okay. Prototypes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Military vessel. And then we can't do that. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. Okay, so we can't do quite what I wanted. Hmm. Yeah, but it's about the size. The size is the issue. All right, I'm going to have to think about this a little bit to see exactly how I want to set this up. But here's my thinking. We're going to have because guys, remember we're now I'm trying to be thematic. I'm trying to be true to the motivations of the directorate here. So the directorate wants to poke out of the Sol system because it needs corundium in particular. But it's really afraid that it's going to discover evil aliens that are going to come and kill it. So, for one thing, it needs to have like very solid monitoring of whatever comes in and out of these jump points. So, it makes perfect sense to have a station here to cover them. The problem is, a station here isn't, or whatever, like a thing, monitoring going on here. But the sensor range is too massive. So, I think what we have to do is we have to have like just a maintenance and refueling hub in the middle. And then we have two separate sort of armored forward platforms, or at least detection platforms. We could add guns to it later. We haven't invented space guns yet. But sensor platforms that are close by. And these sensor platforms are military ships. They just have like very slow engines. And they can rotate in and out of service as they need to be overhauled. But that would be the basic idea, is just to keep them there. And they can go and get overhauled at the main station. Let me look something else up here. Real quick. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that I could overhaul. No, I think this would work. So the maintenance station, well, okay, so my whole fleet is going to be headquartered here. Because there's no reason to headquarter it at Earth, right? I can just put instead of building maintenance facilities, we're just going to build maintenance modules, and the whole fleet's going to be centered here. So this will be very well defended, but this is about 250. The distance between these two is I can tell you exactly. It's like 500 million kilometers. So this is 250 million kilometers. With the new sensor model, nothing reasonably sized can scan at 250. And I want to have permanent eyes on both of the jump points. So we're going to have the fleet headquartered here, and it can be parked at the maintenance space, so it doesn't drain maintenance, right? It doesn't accumulate wear and tear. And we're gonna have forward deployed on both jump points, kind of sensor platforms basically, and we might have sort of static defenses too, right? Like maybe carronades or missiles or whatever we choose to do later eventually. But thematically, right now, we're not worried about guns. We haven't detected aliens yet or anything, but we want to see. So we're gonna build like a sensor platform, and I might have 2 or 3 different kinds, but there's certainly going to be an active sensor platform. Um, maybe we have a passive platform first, a smaller passive platform, and then the active platform can turn on if we detect something. I think that would be a cool way to do it. Um, like we could definitely have some small commercial buoys, right? Like traffic monitoring buoys with like passive thermal and passive EM right at the jump point that just stay there permanently. And then a bit further off, we're going to have a military ship with an active sensor that we can turn on if anything comes through. That active ship is going to need to go in once in a while for overhaul, but that's okay because the main fleet headquarters is going to be right here. And I think that's how we're going to do it. I think that's going to be the thing. So we would do something like this. We would have a hang on. Let's make a new ship class. So this would be the Spruance class. This is going to be like, let's see, sensor outpost. But honestly, this is like a space station basically, and it's going to have like a size 1 thermal, a size 1 passive, maybe even a size 1 active. Yeah. Okay, I like this. Hey, Rock, thank you for subscribing. Okay, here, sensor outpost. We need to queue these up. So we're going to have size 1s. We need to make some size 1s. So search sensor. Oh, we already designed this search sensor. So let's go size 1 EM. Size 1 thermal. Let's research these quickly. Okay, so that's done. And this would look like this. It's only 500 tons. It is tiny. It doesn't even really need to be a space station. But at the smallest commercial engine, could I put anything else commercial useful on here? I mean, now I'm really thinking it really should be a buoy, because this design doesn't quite make sense. Um, because they're not going to tug something that's 500 tons. Um, Here's your reading. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm actually just about to wrap things up here for today. Um, so our race is our civilization is very paranoid, and so we need to exit the solar system. Sorry, that's really loud. We need to exit the solar system because we have like no corundium, and we have two jump points, and they're really close to each other. Like 500 million. And so this is a great opportunity for our paranoid civilization to set up like a defensive station with those with sensor coverage and things like that. So I'm just thinking about how I want to plan my logistics. Um, and I also, so I intend to headquarter my entire fleet here. We're not going to have maintenance facilities on Earth. We're just going to have maintenance modules here. So yeah, so I'm just trying to break down like how, so my idea here is we're going to have like a big naval maintenance fleet base here in the middle, but the range is a bit too far for sensor coverage because 250 million kilometers is pretty far. So I'll probably eventually have like a forward deployed active sensor kind of ship platform thing that can come in for overhauls at the maintenance base when it needs to. But I'd like to have like some passive sensors right on the jump point. Now that could be a missile buoy, and I was thinking of some kind of like commercial station that just does the job, but I don't know, it just feels silly to have a 500-ton mini station when it could just be a buoy. But maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that is the thing to do. I also don't think that. So I would normally in a playthrough, I would of course go and we would have scouted this a long time ago, but I also don't think we're gonna jump through until we actually have something to shoot at people that come in. I think that's how paranoid the directorate is. So I think that's gonna be a missile platform that's gonna be anchored here with some long range missiles. What could I do? Like how big would the missile fire control have to be? Oh yeah, it's massive, but on a big platform like that, that's kind of doable. This is an epic naval shipyard though. But yeah, this could be a station, not in the sense that it can be built by construction factories, but like a military vessel that has no engines. We tug it into place. It stays parked. It doesn't accrue maintenance because it's just going to be. Well, I mean, it'll use maintenance, but it won't ever need overhauls because it'll be at the fleet headquarters. It has a big old fire control that can reach both the jump points. We got to give it some extra. I mean, whatever resolution I choose, but we got to give it some extra because, if something comes in and then heads away, we still want the missiles to be able to reach and shoot it down. But the active sensors will be provided by a ship, something that is closer up here. I think that would be the first system that we put in place. That would be the first thing. Okay, so, all right, that's what it's going to be. So we're actually going to. All right, this is something I still want for the actual ships that are going to go through, because again, we're paranoid. We want to be as stealthy as possible. However, the directorate, even though we researched jump drives and everything, somebody hit the big pause button, was like, no, we can't go through until we have a system to defend ourselves in case there are aliens on the other side. So that means we gotta develop those missiles that we're gonna shoot. We need those platforms, which are going to have active sensors. We have those little mini commercial station things that we can build a couple of. That's good. Maybe we're going to get composite armor, damage control, these techs over here. I don't think we go into shields just yet. And I think we'll need to... And obviously we're going to get the missile techs done. And I think we're going to go for some basic PD system. And I think then we'll be good to go. All right, I mean, okay. Samsung needs to come is saying, let's make a big buoy. So the problem with the buoy is that I need the ship to drop it off, which I don't have yet, whereas I have tugs. Right? Because if I had like a buoy that was giving me passives here. Now, granted, this could be like a small FAC with a box launcher, right? Like it could be, this is actually not too hard to pull off. But this is a stupid design, by the way. I'm just looking at this for size to get an idea of the range here. No warhead, no fuel. I don't know. I kind of like the buoy idea too. Make a little fac. We can make a ton of these. I mean, honestly, like if I look at the active sensors here, like this would be like kind of like a sensor net, right? Like this is only 50 tons. Like it's a 20 MSP, and it gives me like 25 million kilometers for, 10,000 tons resolution. I could just have a whole bunch of these scattered around this area. It'd be kind of a pain to deploy, I have to admit. Maybe I do give them engines and then just shoot them at waypoints. That might just make my life easier. I might just do that for the, instead of it being kind of like a mine layer, it might be easier to just shoot them. I'll have to think about that. But yeah, if we like peppered the area around the jump points with these sensor buoys, yes, Rubinian says system costs leave the EM passives off. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't have. I don't think I'd do EM passives. Well, I think there's two different ideas here. I think there can be one buoy that goes on the jump point, which could just be like passive. It could honestly be passive EM and passive thermal. But what I really want is I need to have active sensors on targets coming through that my central missile base here can shoot at. And the issue with having just a small buoy here is that it could get shot down and then I'd lose lock, right? So I need to either have a whole bunch of redundant small actives, or I have like a more fortified, beefy, 10 armor sensor platform here that can take a beating long enough for the fleet that's stationed here to react and get there. I mean, the mine and buoy mine layer ideas is growing on me now. I have to admit, it's kind of growing on me. To tell you the truth, what I actually like the most about the idea of doing buoys and potentially mines, but buoys, is that this is like a conventional start. We're like gradually building up in tech, so we don't have the infrastructure to be building like massive ships. And like a small mine layer that can go out and deposit these buoys is like sort of a nice incremental step up here to what we're trying to achieve. Um, okay, I think that is going to be the plan. Okay, what I need to do is I need to make some notes here so that I don't forget what our plans are. So this is for the 194 Directorate. So let's just remember what we're doing in terms of civilian stuff. Terraforming, Luna's finished. Moving to Jovians. And then we need Corundium, so need to leave Sol. But we're paranoid. So we need to design and build maintenance module refueling re-whatevering station. On top of that, we're probably going to park a pretty large stationary long-range missile platform. Maybe we also have a PD platform. Seems like a good idea. Then we need to have actives on the jump point. So this is either going to be buoys or a more fortified or both, maybe. Then do we have mines? All these are options. After this is in place, we can scout the JP, and we're going to use as stealthily as possible. Because again, guys, we're paranoid. So this probably means at least thermal reduction engines. Okay. That's going to be it for now. Thanks everybody for watching. Sorry, the stream was kind of broken up. I only got about 45 minutes in the morning and then more in the afternoon. But yeah, that's it. I might do some of this off camera and progress in terms of getting this tech set up. That might be a thing that I do. And anyways, we'll see. I'll catch up with you guys later. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for the suggestions and the comments. Much appreciated and very helpful. And I'll catch up with you guys later, so take care.